Mama loved me. Oh, oh, there'll be mighty bells of joy ringing above me. Oh, now everything's so dire. Barely find the will to tie my shoe, but tonight I'm completely free. So blessed to be in your company. Get loose. Get loose now. Get loose. Get loose now. Get loose. Oh, all these demons in my hole won't be rid of me. Oh, oh, when I wake up all alone, they're right above me. I'm walking a tightrope wire. Damn if I know where I'm walking to, but tonight I'm completely free. So blessed to be in your company. Get loose. Get loose now. Get loose. Get loose now. So many days I'm sitting through Oh, when I was a baby boy, my mama loved me. Oh, oh, there'll be mighty bells of joy.
Did you know children should have their first comprehensive eye exam at 6 months of age and every 1 to 2 years afterwards? Unfortunately, most children have not had an eye exam. While there are many reasons children haven't been to an eye doctor, the ability to pay for the exam is not one of them. Medicaid or most private insurances cover the cost of the exam and glasses. And if they don't, New Mexico Lion's Operation Kid Site has funding available, so it's free for the family.
Hey Facebook friends, Sam Stichter getting ready for another episode of This Week. And you know folks, not only are we bringing you the movers and shakers of Las Cruces, we're bringing you the VIPs and the stars. We got another great show this week with Ray's the Illusionist and Mark Vasconcelos. He's a local actor straight out of Hollywood, and he's here in Las Cruces now, and he's shaking things up. So be sure to join us Saturday night, 9 o'clock, right here on Facebook. We'll see you then.
Hey guys, this is Ray's the Illusionist, and please join me on Facebook at 9 p.m. on Sam Stichter Show. You will not be disappointed. You will see some crazy illusions and magic. Love you all.
Hey, Facebook friends, we're here in the studio getting ready for a great show this Saturday night at 9 p.m. on Facebook. I'm Sam Stichter, and in the studio with me is Rays the Illusionist. Rays, I understand you have some great illusions, and you're going to be showing me one right now?
Right, so this is not like an illusion, but it's a little great trick, so I would like to show you that too. So let me so do you believe in voodoo magic? We'll see in a moment. Okay, voodoo is what I'm going to demonstrate that. So there's a fork, spoon, and a knife, everybody, okay? It's made of silver, so you can see it clearly. Okay, so you have to, let's just see, okay, just point towards one of these, the spoon. So that is eliminated, let's point at that. So now we are left with two, okay, a fork and a knife, okay? Now which one of that would you like me to keep, and which one would you like to keep?
I'll keep the fork.
Okay, you sure about that?
I'm sure.
Okay, so hold this please, and I'm going to throw this away too. So this is you selected, right?
Yes.
And because this is what I want you to if you can change your mind right now if you want to. No?
No,
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay, so you got the fork. Now here, keep the fork here for a second. So ladies and gentlemen, what you guys see here is what?
It's a card with a fork, knife, and spoon on
The
it.
picture of that, right?
Right.
And this is a camera can see closely if you want. You can see it in zoom. Now, so Sam, please go ahead and sign your name up here with bold letters so people can see and we can show it to the camera, okay? Please, so this is nice and big. It's called Sam up here. That's his handwriting, okay? Now, perfect. Now, Sam, this is what I'm going to do. Bring your hand forward like this, okay? And then I'm going to take this card, put it here. Do not see it. Cover it from other hand. Cover it up. Okay, let's put it down. Now this fork, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start looking at it, and it starts to bend. And I'm just doing a voodoo magic where you focus on something, or you take a doll and put pins in there, and somebody else gets the pain. No, this is the fork. Are you feeling anything, Sam, in there? Are you feeling that? Look closely. Do you think this fork is bending? It's getting hot. It's getting hot. So let's see. The voodoo magic means that the effect should be happening there. It's hot. Let's see. Is the fork bent up there? Did you sign the card? Didn't you? Take a look.
Yep. Oh, the fork is bent.
Please show it to the camera, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Sam has.
How did that happen?
You have the power, man. You have the power.
I have the power in me. All right. All right. So, folks, we're going to be seeing tricks like that and illusions again this Saturday night on Facebook, 9 p.m. this week with Sam Stichter.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Vasconcelos. I'm here at Las Cruces Studios, and I'm going to be on TV with the Sam Stichter, and we're going to be talking about film, we're going to be talking about acting, we're going to be talking about everything to do with video and digital in New Mexico. So make sure you tune in.
Hey there, Facebook friends. Sam Stichter here getting ready for this week. And you are not going to believe who I have in the studio with me. Las Cruces' own, straight from Hollywood, Mark Vasconcelos is here. Hey, welcome to the show, Mark. All right, we're getting ready for Saturday night.
It's going to be an awesome one. We're going to talk about film, we're going to talk about acting, all happening in New Mexico and Las Cruces.
Mark's been on Breaking Bad, Longmire, right? All sorts of. And you had a show called Enchantments here in Las Cruces.
Enchantments, River, Broken Gaietti. We got lots of projects going on.
You are just New Mexico.
We are, man. We got to
get
get Las Cruces in the game.
Get them on the map, and you're with Film Las Cruces, and you're also a local acting teacher. So
Heck yeah.
we're going to be talking about all those things and more. So be sure to join us Saturday night at 9 o'clock on Facebook.
Do it.
Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Let's begin now. Let's begin now. Let's begin now. Let's begin now.
Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Are you ready to take off on another episode of This Week, Las Cruces? I'm Sam Stichter, and I'm going to be your pilot for this episode. So you better buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. Woohoo! Speaking of wild rides, congratulations to NASA and SpaceX for their successful flight of the Crew Dragon spaceship. Many of you probably tuned in on May 31st to see astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley go up on the SpaceX and go to the International Space Station. And right now, they're up there floating around, and who knows, they're probably even tuning in and watching the show right along with you. So, you know, they're up there, and the way things are going here on Earth right now, they'd probably be better off staying up there for a while. So, just saying. So, in case you couldn't tell, folks, I am a huge fan of all things outer space and astronauts. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut, and one of the favorite things I would do is crawl out my back window, my bedroom window, and we had a flat roof, and I would lie there and I would look up at the stars at night, and I remember that like yesterday. And I'm really excited about New Mexico's own plans for going into space. Hopefully it's going to happen later this year through our Spaceport America. And they have their anchor tenant, Virgin Galactic. Virgin Galactic, what a great tenant for our Spaceport America, and I know their owner and president, Sir Richard Branson, is so excited about this project, and he wants to go up in space and show everybody that it's a great thing to do and come here to New Mexico and go into space. So he wants to be on that first flight, and when that happens, besides a lot of publicity, it hopefully will bring much-needed jobs and tourism to New Mexico, and specifically our own Las Cruces area. So, well, folks, you know, we have an amazing show tonight. Ray's the Illusionist is here. Also bringing a bit of Hollywood magic to the show, actor, producer, and director, Mark Vasconcelos is here. Woohoo! So don't you disappear, because this show is going to be magical. Stay tuned.
Living with eczema can be distressing, and the condition is on the rise. 3A Research in Las Cruces is conducting an 8-week clinical trial and seeking participants ages 12 and older for a clinical research study on an investigational drug for eczema. Study-related exam and procedures at no cost. Compensation for time and travel up to $450 will be provided. Call us at 575-288-1646 to see if you qualify.
Welcome back to This Week. You know, my sidekick Scott here, he's been so excited about the show this week. He's a fan of both of our guests. We're going to have an illusionist and an actor on the show. And Scotty wants me to tell the audience, he's a bit of an actor himself. He was in a local production of Cinderella, and he was Prince Charming. Prince Charming. I know, Scotty, I always get that wrong. But no, forgive me, I know. You're a great actor, and so is our first guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to welcome to the studios one of our favorite guests. He's started off in California, and now he's living here in New Mexico. Let's welcome to the show, Mark Vasconcelos. Mark, thank you for joining us today. I know you've been here in New Mexico since 2008, and then before that, you were in the LA, Hollywood area. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah. Started off in LA, worked for Bob Hope for a few years.
Wow.
Then I jumped ship and literally went to a foreign country and got on a pirate movie. And that was with Matthew Modine and Gina Davis. And
Cutthroat Island, right?
Yeah, Cutthroat Island. So that was a huge adventure.
I know you've been in Spain and Italy, all over Europe.
I've been fortunate. I've lived in several countries, and I lived overseas for probably about 9 years total. And came back to California and started in film, and then transitioned to New Mexico in about 2008.
So, and I know the question on everyone's mind is probably, what brought you to Las Cruces for all
A
places?
woman, of course.
It's always a woman.
Hey, of course. It's a woman or food or work, right? You got three choices. So, but actually, all three of us were great. So it worked out good.
And I know you've definitely been in a lot of productions here in not only Las Cruces, but in the New Mexico area. One that comes to mind right away, of course, is Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad was a great experience. New Mexico is definitely a film state, so I've always been heavily involved. Started out with my own television show called Enchantments, which was a New Mexico travelogue show. Did some Breaking Bad, did In Plain Sight, several other shows, and now we're down here in Las Cruces making movies.
That's awesome. I know you're very involved with Film Las Cruces and a lot, trying to bring productions to the area. You worked with the Clint Eastwood movie that was here last year?
Yes, I worked on The Mule. I worked on Captain Fantastic with Viggo Mortensen. So I also do locations. In this business, you got to wear multiple hats. So, it worked out well. And, bringing bigger productions in here brings a lot of money into the state, hires a lot of local people.
For sure.
Yeah, and it's worked out really well. So we're trying to grow the business with Film Las Cruces. We opened up a studio a couple years ago, and so we're gradually going. And but there's a lot of local production going on too.
And I know the state always offers incentives, tax-wise, to get Hollywood and film productions here in the state. So that's definitely a huge bonus, if you will.
Oh yeah, no, I mean New Mexico has been really good about that, and you can get 25 to 35% back on your production spending, but that spending has to be spent on New Mexico cast and crew, or goods and services here in the state. So it's a big draw.
So I know I'm mentioning some of the things that you've done here in the Las Cruces area. I said earlier, you're a founding member of Film Las Cruces, and then you also offer private acting classes.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, I've been doing private acting classes for about 5 years now, and I teach here in Las Cruces and in El Paso. And basically, it's 12 weeks of class, 2 nights a week.
Wow.
And
good.
yeah, it's hardcore. But I teach a full method from start to finish, and basically you can be at any level. Because I give a good, solid foundation for actors, what to do on set, script breakdown, character building, you name it, I teach it.
And and I know you've last year we had the Las Cruces Film Festival, and I know Sybil Shepherd was in town, and you worked with her on Being Rose, and her and Josh Brolin, and we all know Sybil Shepherd from Moonlighting, and of course several other things on TV. But can you tell us a little bit about
working with Sybil was fantastic, and it was I had kind of the bad guy role, but he was also kind of the comic relief, which was nice. And she takes care of me in this movie one way or another. And James Brolin was really cool, super sweet guy. And it was a low budget indie film. And we shot it up in Truth or Consequences for a couple weeks, and everybody just had a great time, and lots of local people hired again.
Oh, good. Yeah. I know you mentioned to me before the show that you like to try and get your actors that you work with into a lot of these productions so they get that real world experience.
Right. No, it's imperative that new actors know how to act on a set, and it's not just acting. You got to have certain protocols in place. And so, like one of our newer films called Broken Gaietti, which is being sent out to film festivals right now, I think I had at least a dozen of my students that were in my classes working in this movie. Some had lines, some didn't, but it was great. A lot of hard work, acting.
A lot of long days.
A lot of long days and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears.
In the desert, you were telling me. Yeah. So it's definitely not for the weak at heart.
No, it is not. And a lot of people come into acting thinking, "Oh, wow, this is going to be glamorous." Well, no, that's the after. You gotta work your butt off.
Those are the award shows.
Yeah, those are the award shows, the red carpet, and all that stuff, which is fun.
Right,
but you definitely have to learn a process. You have to learn a craft. And you have to know what you're doing. It's not just winging it.
Right. And I know I know you'd also mentioned that you're trying to get a film funded here in Las Cruces, Precious Cargo. That's
Yeah. We've done
here.
a couple independent features here. We did River, which is out there worldwide. It's on tubetv.com for free, which is cool. So everybody can watch it. And we did Broken Gaietti. I was associate producer on that and a lead actor. And then now we want to do a movie called Precious Cargo, which is very poignant for the times that are happening here along the border.
Okay.
It's a border drama, and we want to raise some money with some investors, local, nationwide, worldwide. And we secured worldwide distribution with River, so we should get worldwide distribution with this movie. Plus, we'll bring in some LA actors to be in this movie.
And usually when I'm assuming when one project is successful, that just kind of gets the ball rolling on other things usually, yeah. So good. What are some other things? I know you had mentioned that because of the dreaded coronavirus that's going on here, that things have slowed down a little bit. But what are some of the things you've been working on during this quarantine time?
Well, I have a group of friends who are writers, so they're always writing, and we're looking for investors, obviously. And then we have Film Las Cruces, trying to figure out how we're going to get the business going again, because that's going to take some technical work. And then we're hunting down investors for Precious Cargo, so that's the main thing. Acting classes will start again, after
as soon as they
the
can,
COVID.
yeah. So I know, Mark, you're always busy doing something, and so we wanted to show right now a demo reel of some of the stuff you've been in, because again, you've been in movies, film, all sorts of productions. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Will have your redemption.
Don't you dare me, goddammit! What did you do to her? What did you do
That was awesome. Very, very intense.
River is an intense crime drama. It's basically around trafficking. It's based around trafficking, and whether it's people, drugs, guns, or whatever. So it's a pretty intense film. Yep. It's rated R. Yeah. So kids, you can't watch it unless your
I can
parents
tell from the reel it's rated R.
It's pretty intense. But we had a great time doing it, and we shot it on weekends, and we managed to get it all together, and it's out there worldwide.
All right. So, Mark, I really appreciate you coming here on the show. Before we go, if anyone wants to get a hold of you, what's the best way, through social media? Or?
I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. You can look me up, Mark Vasconcelos, or if you go to youtube.com/Malfalcon, MALFALCON, and I'm there. Just hit me up, and we're going to be doing more acting classes, more movies, and we want everybody in Las Cruces to be a part of it.
All right, that's awesome. I'm so glad to have you on the show. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Vasconcelos.
Suffer from rashes, dryness, flakiness, and thickness to the skin? 3A Research is conducting a trial of an investigational drug on plaque psoriasis. Subjects must be 18 years of age or older. This is an 8-week study. We will compensate you for your time and travel up to $225.
Enrolling participants now in Las Cruces. Contact our office at 575-288-1646 or visit our Facebook page at 3A Research or our website 3asites.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. Scotty, I am so excited, and I know you and I have been talking all week about Ray's the Illusionist is on the show, and I know you're like me, you love magic. And Jamie O'Hara, his associate, was here a couple weeks ago, and we got to see him do some tricks. And now Ray's is here in the studio, so help me welcome Ray's the Illusionist.
I'm very happy to be here. It's my pleasure to be here, and Jamie and I have been working for a while, build the studio, and for Las Cruces, a beautiful city, beautiful people. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So some of us might know you as not Ray's the Illusionist, but as Dr. Raza, because that during the day you are a doctor and you have your own practice. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah. So I moved to Las Cruces in 2007, did my residency program here, residency training here, and then I opened my own clinic in 2010. Since then, we have been very busy. I'm glad to be a part of the society. And then as time went by, I went to my first love, that was magic and illusions.
Wow,
and I'm
that's
so
great.
glad to have made progress in that respect in this city.
So you've been a fan of magic and a performer of magic almost your whole entire life, correct?
So yeah, I mean, it's a long story though, and obviously we have limited time, and we don't want to recap the whole story and my whole life, but we started with 6th grade. Somebody gave me a magic box, and
Right.
it's a typical story of
Similar
every
story,
magician. That, a magic box, wow, look at that, look at this trick, look at that trick, and you learn it and do it. But then I was a very studious person, a student, always A grader and all that. My dad wasn't happy me doing that all the time.
You were going to be a doctor.
Yeah, and said, okay, if you want to live in my house, you be a doctor. And I said, okay, I will. So I became MD. You know what that stands for?
What's that?
Magic Dude.
Magic dude.
Or magical doctor, or doctor of magic, or doctor of medicine. So
There
you
you
can call
go.
me what you want me to call me. And so that's why I fulfilled his wish. And I wanted to be a doctor too, to be honest. So after that, one more time, and when I really got into magic I was in 9th grade or something, or 10th grade, and I was in a gala. I went there in a gala, and this magician there was performing cool tricks.
Oh, okay.
So I went to him. I said, "Hey, can you please teach me that?"
Right.
And he
Kinda
said, "No."
mentor you?
Yeah. So these people have they have the secrets coming from generations, because this is their profession and business. So they closely guard it because they don't want anybody to know their secrets.
Right.
That's how they make money.
That makes
They
sense.
say, "Well, I'm not going to teach you anything because it will affect me." I said, "Well, I'm a 9 grader, and I shouldn't be a threat to you." So he said, "Okay, I'll teach you if you give me what I want, the money." And the amount that I want for each
Wow.
thing. So I started giving tuitions to children, and the money I got from that, I blew it off on magic and
There you go.
traveled long distances to his house. You used to live very far away, take a bus, go there. My father would not know all this
So
thing.
you were dedicated, huh?
I was dedicated and passionate about it. And in fact, I'll show you later, whenever you want me, that which of his trick inspired me to do that.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Well, great. Well, who is this person here?
This is my sidekick, Scott.
Okay.
And Scott is so happy that you're here, Rays.
Wow.
He's been talking about you all week.
Let me give Scott a time of his life. Can I have a little bit of portion of Scott here, please?
Are you okay with
Maybe.
that? I think, okay, he's very excited.
He's
he said,
okay with
he said
that?
for you, he'll do that.
Great. So, guys, take a little. And nowadays, let me tell you, toilet paper is gold. You know that. Why?
That's right.
Well, I don't have to
Scott
explain
agrees.
that. You have been watching it all along, and for the last 2-3 months, people are crazy about gold toilet paper. Well, we'll take it here, Scott, with due respect.
He's flushed with excitement, right?
He is. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. So you take this, and then you take a lighter
Uh-oh, he doesn't
or a
look like it.
matchstick,
We'll keep it back
whatever
there.
you can find. Okay, and then.
I'll hold you back here, Scott, because I know you're not a big fan of fire, but it'll be okay.
Let's see. This magic is happening here right now. Can't find a match that I can use. There it is,
There we
finally.
go.
So you take this. Kids, do not try this at home
Yes.
at all costs. Any cost, please. I don't want to be in trouble. So you take this portion of Mr. Scott and let it burn. And then when it comes like that, that magician taught me this, and I was so thrilled. And
Worried
that
about the
was.
studio here a little bit, Rod.
I hope your speakers won't go up.
Woo!
So, ladies and gentlemen, a $5 bill
You see that,
and
Scott?
a burned hand. So that's why I said, do not try it at home. And so Sam, this is for you. Please be my guest and have a
Well, I
coffee.
think this is for Scott.
For
Actually.
Scott, yeah. You can buy another pack of toilet paper and have 10 Scots. How about that?
It's all right, great.
So this was the trick that I'll call is what excited me at that time. He taught me this. It took a whole bunch of money from me and made sure that I practiced it. And I did. And he was very happy. He said, okay, I can take you under my wing. I said, well, go ahead.
So then you get here to Las Cruces, and you not only, like I said, are a doctor, but you also now are a businessman. You opened up a studio here in Las Cruces. Tell us just a little bit about that.
You mean the magic studio?
Yes.
Right. So this magic has helped me so much in this life, whether it's my school or if I needed extra money or if I wanted to make connections or get known, So I said, okay, it has helped me so much in my life. Why not I give back to the community and to this art of magic, which I love.
Right.
And so I decided to build a theater in this city. First of all, I was not even sure if the area where I wanted to build it would be allowed to. Anyway, the city was very cooperative, and they said, okay, that's a good idea, let's do it.
Because you're in a shopping center, right?
Right, I am. And the reason I was there is because it's right next to the big shopping centers here, the Walmart and this and that, so it's very visible.
Very high traffic area.
Very high traffic area, and that was the main reason for me to pick that area. And my plan is so you can seat 80 to 90 people there sometimes. We try not to because, we try to keep people a little bit far apart, but sometimes when people come in,
Right.
They want want the seat and all that. We have to. So, anyways, we built that theater. It has been progressing and flourishing till
Right. So we know, right?
till some kind of other magic happened. and so now we are a little shut down, as all other businesses are, but we are opening again slowly, and we can have birthday parties there, magic themed. And I perform once a month illusion shows there for an hour.
Right, and people might even recognize you. A little while back, you did an illusion with a car, right?
Yes, so I drove a Ferrari. Blindfolded.
Wow.
And that was a funny part of that too. In there, that I was driving it, and I asked for some volunteers. One of the ladies, she said, "Okay, oh my God, I'm so excited in a Ferrari." I said, "Okay, please have a seat." I was blindfolded. I couldn't see anything, obviously. So when I started driving it, she started screaming.
Oh no.
And I told her, ma'am, first of all, I cannot see anything. Secondly, you are screaming and I cannot hear my tires. Or I have to depend on my senses, which is blindfold senses, plus my hearing. So I said, you really want to crash? Let's go for it. So then she kind of stayed quiet for a while, but she was really grabbing the seat like that and, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, stop. But it went fine.
So I know right now you're not able to have the theater open, the studio open, but hopefully soon. So if people want to get a hold of you and keep an eye on when you might be reopening for the dinner theaters and for your performances, how can they follow you?
So this is what we're trying to do, because we won't be able to accommodate what we used to accommodate because of the COVID and all that stuff. So we are going to cut down the number of people to just 20. And what we'll do is we'll make like 10 tables available.
Okay.
Tickets will be a little bit more, maybe $50 a piece. It will be like a dinner theater. So I'll perform their illusions for an hour. They can have food and drinks up there and have a nice little, get together at night.
And how can they get a hold of you online on social media?
Right. So we have a couple of ways. They can first of all call the theater. The numbers is 575-250-RAZE, R-A-Z-E, which is 7293. Then they can reach me on the Facebook page, which is Raze Studio Illusions and Magic. Then there is another Facebook page called Illusion 360 MD.
Oh, MD, right?
Yeah, so I put MD with that, the Magic Dude or Magic Doctor, so I wanted to keep my medicine with it. And the third thing they can reach us at is our website. And the tickets are sold on the website when it's time for the shows, and it's called RazeStudioIllusions.com. So please check those places, guys, these sites, and you will see the updates on there.
Okay, so after the break, Raze is going to come back and join us, and he's going to have some illusions for us right here in the studio. So we're very excited, so stay tuned. We'll be back right after these messages.
Do you suffer from rashes, dryness, flakiness, and thickness to the skin? 3A Research is conducting a trial of an investigational drug on plaque psoriasis. Subjects must be 18 years of age or older. This is an 8-week study. We will compensate you for your time and travel up to $225.
Enrolling participants now in Las Cruces. Contact our office at 575-288-1646 or visit our Facebook page at 3A Research or our website 3asites.com.
Hey guys, this is Reyes again. Thanks for inviting me, Sam Stricker. I appreciate all your efforts in introducing me today and bringing this awesome show to the public. So guys, here I am. This is Reyes with Reyes Studio of Illusion and Magic. You can visit them anytime. Here, what you see is a table. Now, this is a little story behind this table is I bought it from a house that was a very old house. They were about to demolish it, and they were trying to sell some stuff from there. I went there and bought this table. Something about this table that I liked. I don't know what. It just pulled me towards it. So when I bought it, I put it in my house, I saw some strange things happening. Like it will just like shake like this by itself, and some squeaks and all that. So well, this has some kind of qualities in them. So believe me or not, I figured out some crazy spooky stuff with it. I'll show you what. So this is kind of possessed table, and it works with some spirits. To summon the spirits, what I do is usually I light up a candle, as you see here, and then we put away these matchsticks. Open a little box up there. That's where the spirits come. Usually, that's how it works. I take this candle and I put it down, and as you can see, it starts to move like crazy a little bit when the candle gets in there. It means that I have a connection now. And I leave it there, and now watch. Guys, watch this slow. Here I am again with some crazy illusion, and for this purpose I would need a volunteer from the audience. Let me see who may be the person who may take this pressure. Okay, sir, what's your name? Richard. Please come over here. Please, big round of applause for Richard. How are you?
Good, how about yourself?
I'm great. Have you ever seen my show before?
No, sir.
Okay, well, this is some part of it. I don't perform it all the time, but especially today for this show, I brought it so people may enjoy. It's a little scary. You have no problems with, you can take pressure, you can take, you don't really get really scared very quickly, right? Great, this is your test today. What do you do for, you go to school or college?
Yes, I'm at the Doniana Community
Nice.
College right now.
Well, I'm glad to meet you. Okay. Here, let me explain what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. You see here wooden discs, 4 of them. The only difference is that you see a disc with wooden base and a spike made of steel. Sir, can you please check this and see if this is all one piece and solid? Do not touch the spike from the top, it's very sharp. Okay? At the same time, we have styrofoam glasses, 4 discs, 4 glasses. Take a look. Please feel free to check it too. All right? All good? Now, what's happening is, please go ahead and put the glasses on top of these 4 discs. This is simple, but it can get really ugly and dangerous. So please do not try this at home at any cost. All right? These things require a lot of practice. And these are one of the very ancient tricks and illusions done 500 years ago for kings and such. Okay, so now you will go ahead and mix it. Go ahead and mix it. So that, I mean, for now I can see it. Obviously, I can tell where the spike is and where is he putting it. So this is simple, but now the real fun is, are you excited, Richard?
Yes.
Okay, just don't pass out yet, okay? Because your time will come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now the difference. I'm going to move in the front. And now, Richard, I want you to move it around so I don't know which glass has the spike. They all look the same, you can check. Are you done, sir? Okay, let's do it. Usually what I do is I take the audience member's hand and smash it on the spike. I don't know if you are fine with that. I believe that you're a student, so I will let you keep your hand for now because you may need it. Okay, please step aside. Thank you. We will try to eliminate 1 out of 4. Do not try this at home. There goes 1. Please, can you help me with that? Ladies and gentlemen, 1 disc is out. We can remove it and put it on the side with the crushed glass. Again, sir, go ahead and repeat it. I am here in the front, and I have no idea what Richard is doing. He's trying his best to get my hand impaled. So now, out of 25% chance, now it gets to 33% chance of me getting my arm or my hand hurt. Let's do it again. You ready?
Yes.
Again, do not repeat that at home. Or try it. Don't even think about it. Okay. We are getting close here. Mr. Richard, do your magic. 50-50 chance. I've come close, and my hands are still with me. All right, sir, are you ready?
Yes.
This time it will be your hand I'll be grabbing and smashing on the glass. Are you ready for that? Where are your parents? How old are you? 17, so obviously you cannot give the consent yourself. Where is your mom sitting? You came with dad or mom?
Over there.
Can I use his hand? Do I have a permission? Go ahead. Oh, wow, your mom gave the permission. But I will spare your life this time. All right, please step aside. I don't want you to get hurt in any way. All right, there you go. There's silence in the studio. Sam Stricker is gone. I think he's passed out or something. Okay, let's see. There's a spike in there still. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am, surviving one more time with the spike roulette. I hope you enjoyed the show. See you next time. Thank you. This is Ray's. Please visit my studio for bigger shows coming very soon. Goodbye.
Well, Las Cruces, thanks for joining me tonight. We had a magical show. We had the illusionist Rays, the illusionist here in the house, and we also had actor Mark Vasconcellos, straight out of Hollywood, but now here in Las Cruces. So I also wanted to say to all the fathers and stepfathers out there like myself, have a great Father's Day. You deserve it. Have a great weekend. And remember, Las Cruces, make this week your best week. Thank you.
Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Let's begin now. Let's begin now. Let's begin now. Let's begin now.
Thank you. You know, Las Cruces, thanks for tuning in for another episode of This Week. I'm your host, Sam Stichter, and we're going to be bringing you our own version of fireworks tonight. Woohoo! You know, our nation, believe it or not, is celebrating our 244th birthday. And I'm getting a little older here, and I can remember back the 200th celebration of our nation back in 1976. I was 8 years old. I was a little kid. Well, probably about the same height I am now. I remember everybody was caught up in bicentennial fever. And, you know, the fireworks that year were probably just a little more spectacular than they normally were. And it's just a great memory from my childhood. And speaking of things that I did as a kid, you know, one thing that I can distinctly remember, and I'm sure some of you did this as well, is my friends and I would go to drive-in movies, and a bunch of us would sneak into the trunk, we'd pile in, and then after we got inside, we'd all pile out of the trunk, you know, like those old clown cars where you see all the clowns piling out, and it was just really funny, and that was our way of getting out of paying. Which, don't do that, kids. But speaking of drive-in theaters, Las Cruces' own Allen Theaters is now hosting drive-in movies. They're pretty smart, though, because they just charge by the car, so they don't have to worry about all that. And, you know, folks, I'm glad that we're seeing all sorts of different forms of entertainment coming back into the community so people can get out and enjoy themselves this summer. And speaking of enjoying yourselves and entertainers, we have a great show tonight. We have a local duo that is some folk singers that are going to be singing songs from the 1960s and 70s. The Two of Us is here. Also, we have a very talented singer who specializes in mariachi music. Orlando Antonio Jimenez is here. So folks, you're not going to want to miss it. Stick around because this show is going to be a hot one. Woo!
Broken AC $4,600. Water heater $1,500. Fridge on the fritz $1,000.
You won't pay any of that when you have home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club.
They'll repair or replace your covered home appliances and systems for around $1 a day.
HSC provides coverage of up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home.
Call the number on your screen now. Get a month free plus $75 off your first year HSC home warranty. No worries, just service.
Welcome back to This Week. You know, folks, I've been able to get around town all over the place now that things are slowly opening back up. I've been to the mall. I've been to a couple of restaurants. I've been doing that outside seating, and everybody's keeping their distance. So that's been really good. And the one thing that I really enjoyed, my wife and I were able to go to Amador Live, and you might recall a few shows back, we had a band on the show called Exclusive Soul, really great local band, and we went out to see them, and it's great to see them in action. So it's nice to see that everything's opening back up again and getting somewhat back to normal. Speaking of bands, we have a great local band with us tonight. I'd like to welcome my first guest, the two of us. We have Frank Lovato and Maureen McMillan here. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
So you guys are you played mainly 1960s and 70s folk rock?
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about that and how you got into it?
Well, we're both at that era, so that was our forte back when we started playing guitar, and that's what we love. So we just continued, and when we met each other, he said, "You want to do some Beatles songs?" And I said, "Yeah, sure. Let's try that out." So we did that, and a couple Eagles songs, and and do you know any Rolling Stones? And it went from there.
That's great. Yeah, I heard you mention that you perform over 300 songs together.
Yeah, we have 300 in our repertoire.
Wow. And Frank, I know there's a cute story about you two were actually rivals at one point. How did you end up getting together?
We met in the market, playing in the farmers market downtown. And when I came to town, she was already the queen of the market. And I started singing in a different spot, and she started noticing that I was affecting her tip amount.
Yeah. That was my food money. I was going back to college.
She started coming around behind me. She used to still smoke cigarettes back then. And she'd smoke a cigarette behind me and start harmonizing. And I'd be like, who is that back there?
Who is that?
And then she gave me a ride one time. She saw me in the street, and we ended up at her house to have some beers and just see something, because we had mentioned to each other that she used to have this card in front of her, Nam-myoho Renge-kyo, which is a Buddhist sect from Japan. And I'm part of that sect too, and we mentioned that to each other. So we had beer, Buddhism, and Beatles.
There you go, the 3 Bs.
3 Bs.
What more do you need?
And we started still going to the market and playing our separate sets, but playing our third set together, and noticed that we were making a lot more money when we were harmonizing.
You became the king of the marketplace.
we became the kings for a while.
Yeah.
Because we don't use microphones or anything when we play in the street.
We just belt it out.
You can hear us 2-3 blocks away. Because we've both been busking since we were young.
Yeah. And I kept asking them, who is the guy with the long hair that just screams screams all his music.
That's
and they
not
go,
singing, that's screaming.
And they said, oh, I go, he plays a great guitar, but he screams his lyrics. He said, and he doesn't remember them either. I went, no, he doesn't. So, and then he'd do the same verse 3 times and just bang it away. And so I was like, oh my gosh, he's taking my tips. How is that happening? So anyway, once we got together, I kind of finessed him a little bit and taught him how to, you can sing a little softer, you have to scream. If you put words in front of you, read them.
So you're not only partners in music, you're partners in life.
We are.
We ended up like that.
We ended up
We
together.
fought it for a long time.
We did. We tried not to. And everybody kept saying, we know you're
We
together.
know you guys
They
are.
could see it.
We
We're
know.
like,
And we
no,
said,
we're
no,
not.
we're not. We're just doing music. And they said,
Yeah, for like 6
You were
months.
making your own kind of music, just didn't know it.
Well, we used to go to the concerts in the park together on Sundays and stuff like that, nothing. But everybody was like, oh, we know. We're like, no, you don't know anything. So
how long have you been here in Las Cruces? Both of you, I know, are not originally from here, so how did you end up here?
I ended up here. I promised my mother years ago that I would finish my college degree. I started it in 1982 at NMSU, and I never finished it. So I came back in 2010 to get my last year in. And that's how I ended up back here in 2010. But I did live here from 82 to 93.
And you went to NMSU, correct?
Uh-huh. Yeah. I got my degree from NMSU.
And Frank?
I came here in 2011 I had escaped from Florida to Portland. Well, I was in a bad personal situation in Florida, and my Army buddy helped me out, took me to Portland. And then he tried to put me in another weird situation, and I called my ma, who lived down here. I said, Ma, can I come to your house? And she said, oh yeah, tell your friend I'm dying and come down here. She's always said, you can always use me as an excuse.
She's not done. She's fine.
She's great. She's 87.
87, and she's still going strong.
Still going.
Yeah.
So I came down here to help her out and stuff, and then I ended up reinventing myself and getting back. I had gotten away from music for a while.
Well, we're glad you're back to music. And speaking of which, for those people in the audience who want to get a hold of you, I know you do weddings. What else do you do?
We've done weddings, we've done funerals, we've done birthday, we do private parties. Those are the most fun, the private parties. We also do some of the wineries in town. Sombra Antigua, Rio Grande, those wineries.
And how can they get a hold of you?
We have a Facebook page called The Two of Us.
The Two of Us.
And it's a capital T on the, capital T on 2, and then of, and then capital US. And it'll say music group, and it'll show our picture. So
yeah, I was able to find you real easy.
Were you good? Okay, yeah.
Alrighty, well, we are running out of time here, but when we come back after the break, folks, we're going to have the two of us back on, and they're going to be singing some songs for us. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay right there.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Welcome back to This Week. Las Cruces, we have a special treat coming up. We have the king and queen of the Las Cruces Farmers Market. We have Frank Lovato and Helene McMillan. They're the two of us. Take it away, guys.
Please come to Boston in the springtime. I'm living with some friends and they've got lots of room. You could sell your paintings on the sidewalk near a cafe where I hope to be working very soon. Please come to Boston. She said no, boy, but won't you come home to me? And she said, rambling boy, why don't you settle down? Boston ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of the man from Tennessee. Please come to Denver when the snow flies. We'll move up so high in the mountains that we just can't be found. A shout I love you echoes down the canyon, and we'll lie awake at night till they come back around. Please come to Denver. She said no, boy, but won't you come home to me? And she said, rambling boy, why don't you settle down? Denver ain't your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of the man from Tennessee. Now this drifter's world goes round and round, and I doubt if it's ever gonna stop. But of all the things I've lost and found, and all that I ain't got, I still need to cling to somebody I can sing to. Please come to LA to live forever. The California life alone is just too hard to build. I live in a house that looks out over the ocean, and there's some stars that fell from the sky living up on the hill. Please come to LA. She just said no, boy, but won't you come home to me? And she said, rambling boy, why don't you settle down? LA can't be your kind of town. There ain't no gold and there ain't nobody like me. I'm the #1 fan of the man from Tennessee. I'm the #1 fan of that man from Tennessee. All right, this next song is a song by John Prine, who is a Chicago songwriter. He was a mailman turned songwriter. And we lost him a couple months ago, so this is our tribute to John Prine. 1, 2, 3.
poster of an old rodeo. Just giving me one thing that I can't hold on to. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. When I was a young girl, well, I had me a cowboy. He weren't much to look at, just a tree rambling man. But that was a long time, and no matter how I try, these years just flow by like a broken down dam. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just giving me one thing that I can't hold on to. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. Well, there's flies in the kitchen, I can hear them a buzzing, but I ain't done nothing since I woke up today. How the hell can a person go to work in the morning, they come back in the evening, they got nothing to say? Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can't hold on to. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go.
That was amazing, Frank and Aline. Again, the two of us. We love those songs from the 1960s and 70s, that folk music. I always love hearing that type of music. And also, I told you, speaking of music, we have some great guests tonight. We have another musical guest. We have Orlando Antonio Jimenez, a local mariachi singer, and he's going to be here right after the break, so stay tuned.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Welcome back to This Week. You know, Las Cruces, I promised you a show full of local musicians from here in the Las Cruces area, and that's what we're delivering. I hope you enjoyed those musical numbers from the two of us. And I know Scotty here, he's a big fan of music. In fact, Scotty, I know what your favorite type of music is. Rock and roll, right? So we have another musician here with us as my next guest, and he's a local mariachi, and I'm going to bring him onto the show right now. Welcome to the show. Let's see if I can get your three names right. Orlando Antonio Jimenez.
You did a pretty good job there.
Welcome to the show, Orlando.
And you know what? Now I'm his godfather. You know, we talked about that because you said his name is Scott. You know, like Scott Tissue. So now his full name is Scott T. Shue.
Scott T. Shue.
Scott T. Shue. That's his name. So now I'm your godfather.
All right, there you go. That's awesome. So I know we talked about how right now with everything with the COVID-19 and the coronavirus that your life has kind of been a little different than what you used to do. Can you tell me a little bit how things have changed for you?
You know, that not just for me. I'm here to actually represent all of mariachi-dom, as it is, you know, here and all performers, really.
Right.
I mean, it has just been pretty difficult. I got to
sure.
tell you, I mean, we're keeping our distance. We're keeping our distance from people. But at first, when the first came out in March, that's the beginning of our wedding season. That's the beginning of, you know, for even I'm a pianist at church. Yeah. You know, we lose a lot of jobs that way. So a lot of people do this. Luckily, I'm on disability. You know, everybody that knows me knows that I'm on disability. Right. I have several autoimmune disorders. And so I do get a check every month, thank God. Right. But there's people that do this for a living that are mariachis and vocalists and church musicians for a living. Or they supplement, you know, a part-time job that they have that they may have lost. It's been pretty difficult because, yeah, I mean, I was telling you earlier that I had a friend that their mother passed away. And I'm not going to say the names, the real names, but, you know, they were only allowing 10 people in the church at the time.
That's
and they said, Mijo, you remember that my mom said that you needed to sing for her. And I said, okay. I said, but remember, you need to count me as one of the 10. Right. Okay, no problem. And then they call me back and say, well, Tia Teresa wants to come. So they have to make the decision between Tia Teresa and the musician. Right. So there was a lot of funerals that went without music.
And sadly, no one should have to make that choice.
Right. You know, weddings that are being postponed, a lot of them because of the music issue, because they can't host as many people and they want to wait maybe till next year. Right. But either way, because right after Valentine's Day, it gets really, really slow. And then end of March, early April starts to pick up a little bit more. January is completely dead for mariachis, but and musicians in general. Right. So it's been pretty difficult. Yeah.
So speaking of mariachi, I know you're involved with the international conference. Can you tell me?
Yeah, I am the artistic director for the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference. I've been having several conversations with our executive director, who he's been on a couple of shows here as well, Robert Palacios. Right. And you know, it's the new normal, as they say. I hate those words now, but you know, we have to figure out how the mariachi conference is going to exist in COVID-19.
In the new normal.
Yeah. In the new normal, yeah. And so we just don't, you know, we have some ideas. It's not till November, ours, but you know, even if, let's say that COVID were to disappear as quickly as it got here, we still don't feel that it would be responsible to bring that many children from Arizona and Texas, which is our that's where we mainly get kids from, into an area and make it a hot spot. So we're going to try to figure out a new way to do this, and we've been talking about it. So stay tuned, Las Cruces. You're going to hear about how we're going to do this.
Yeah. And I know a couple other things that you've been doing is you've been very helpful in some of the communities here in the New Mexico area. I know one thing that you mentioned to me is that you were playing for seniors and some of the nursing homes and some of the communities.
Yes, actually, another person that used to play mariachi and still dabbles every now and then, his name's Marcus Arroyo, over at the Good Samaritan Village. He called me and goes, hey, can you do me a favor with that little box that you carry? It's a powered speaker. Mm-hmm. You know, can you come and do this and serenade the seniors, because they're getting a little restless, because they're basically not even encouraged to leave their rooms. Right. They take their food to their rooms, and so they came out onto their balconies and out onto their little lanais.
That must have been very special.
Oh my goodness! It's like for me to hold it together, it was really difficult, but it was really beautiful. And so then the Solstice Senior Living called me and asked me to do it as well. So.
And I know you've also been working with the colonias. Can you tell us
I am actually. People that know me know that it's like they say, you're on one end of the county and then you wind up being up in Oregon.
You're a very busy man. You're a very busy man.
For being disabled, well, I just have to keep myself busy. Otherwise, I think about that too much. So I sit on the Colonias Infrastructure Board for the state, and that's at the pleasure of the Speaker of the House. Right. 10 years ago, we developed the Colonias, and we developed the Colonias Fund. And these residents of the outlying colonias, we have to come to town. I live in La Mesa, that's a colonia. Mesquite is a colonia. Vado is a colonia. Garfield is a colonia. Wow. Hatch is a colonia. All of those people that don't
I'll be honest, I didn't even realize that myself. So.
Yeah. Other than Las Cruces and Mesilla, everything else is a colonia that I just mentioned. That's out in the Pecan Valley and out in the Hatch Valley.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and so we have to come to town. That we have no choice but to leave our house, because we're not going to buy food for a month.
Right.
Because we'll buy food for a week because that's what we can afford.
Exactly.
And so, then the next week's check comes in, or the next week's money comes in, and then we come back to town. So we've had to get really creative with that. A lot of our seniors are very scared because they're the vulnerable population. So
That makes sense,
You know, they call me, mijo, come and tell me what we're gonna do. You know, how do we not leave the house? I said, it's not that you can't leave the house, senora. You just have to wear your mask. You know, this is the little mask that you have to wear. Put it on.
Be safe.
Be safe. And if you see your comadre at the store, no la abraces. Don't hug her because you want to. And I'm a big hugger myself, and I've just refrained from that, and it hurts. But yeah, our seniors are the ones that are being most affected out in the, I would say, out in the colonias.
And I know you mentioned to me that you also teach, and of course, so that's been
right.
very
We had the
difficult
Las
to do in
Cruces
this.
Mariachi Conservatory.
Right.
We had the Mariachi Conservatory also with Robert Palacios. He's the director of it.
Right.
We had already stopped kind of for some reason. There was just a little break, but now we can't even use that facility at all because we can't come together and we can't teach, especially singing. You know, singing. The reason we have this in front of us, and I wanted to make a big spectacle of this, even though it looks like I'm visiting you in prison. But you know, it's like pick up the phone. No, but I'm glad that we have this in between us because the spittle when we sing, that's why we can't have choirs. People
it's there for a reason.
Well, people say, why can't we have choirs in church? Why can't we have choirs? Well, because they don't understand that when you're standing behind somebody and it comes out. So it's teaching. It's very difficult right now.
So. But I know you said you played weddings, you played funerals. I mean, tell us a little bit about your musical background.
Okay, so this year, this is a new normal, as they say. This is my 30th anniversary as a vocalist. 1990 was the year that I started singing. And I sing opera, mariachi, jazz. I sing anything, Broadway, whatever it is that you'll throw at me, Christian music, I'll sing it. And so, I'm celebrating that by going to the nursing homes now and stuff like that, yeah.
So what different types of instruments do you play?
I play clarinet, not very well anymore. That's how I started, was on clarinet. I can still pick it up and get my embouchure back. I play piano as well, a little bit of flute.
And of course you're a singer as well.
Right, and the pipes.
Right. So I know you're going to be singing for us tonight. So
right, yeah, I'm going to be doing 2 different songs, 2 maybe 3, depending on how much time we have. But I'm doing definitely El Aguacero, which is a song from long ago, and Lola Beltran made that pretty famous.
Beautiful song.
Yeah, and then I'm going to be doing for our frontline workers, which I respect very much, The Impossible Dream.
All right, and I know you mentioned to me that just like us, you have a Facebook page and you have a Facebook show.
Yes, guys, my Facebook page is Orlando-Antonio. Carrillo-Jimenez. I'm there. If you put in Orlando-Antonio, you're going to wind up finding me right from that. But that's where you can go every Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. I am online Facebook concert free of charge just to get my juice, to keep my performance going.
So hopefully you'll like what you see tonight, and you'll tune
Definitely,
in.
and I am available right now for serenades, and they're social. I call them socially distant serenades, and I do take my little thingy with me, and I just kind of stay away from the people, and I sing from about 10 feet away, but these pipes are a little bit, they can handle it.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us on the show tonight, Orlando.
All right.
And we'll be right back after these messages with Orlando singing some of those songs. Stay tuned. Welcome back. As promised, Las Cruces, we have Orlando Antonio Jimenez in the house. Orlando, take it away.
Mira relampaguea, el cielo está encabotado, vaqueros para el corral, arrear todo el ganado. noche se viene encima, procuren pronto llegar. Mañana en la madrugada comenzamos a labrar. Ay, 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 ay. Bendito sea el cielo, llorando te quiero muchísimo más, más y más. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Esta noche mi tejado tendrá un olorcito a barro. Ay, la lluvia me irá a arrullar. Las primeras gotas fueron las de un fuerte chiaparrón. Les caer en mi sombrero, alegrar mi corazón. Ay, la, la, la. Mi corazón. Ay, la, la, la. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
I'd like to dedicate this song. We talked a little bit about the pandemic and how it's affecting certain people. We didn't really talk too much about our frontline workers, our nurses, our doctors, our EMT, our police, and all of the people that are out there on the front lines. Those are our heroes right now during this time, and I'd like to dedicate this song to them. To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go, the unrightable wrong, to love pure and chaste from afar, to try when your arms are so weak, to reach that unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far. Fight for the right without question upon. March into hell for that heavenly call. And I know if my lonely be true to that glorious quest, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm till I'm laid to my rest, and the world will be better for this. That one man is going uncovered with scars, still strong with his last ounce of courage.
so much. Once again, to our frontline workers, God bless you.
Orlando, that was amazing. How about giving us one more song?
Ahí viene mi queridísima Lola Beltrán. Dicen que por las noches nomás se le iba en puro llorar. Dicen que no dormía, nomás se le iba en puro tomar. Juran que el mismo cielo se estremecía al oír su llanto. Cómo sufrió por ella, que hasta en su muerte la fue llamando. Allí, 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 cantaba, ja, 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 ja. Reía. Allí, 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 lloraba de pasión mortal, moría. Muchísimas gracias a todos, a Chris y a todos aquí. Les quiero dar las gracias a todo el público que también está aquí con nosotros. Gracias. Que una paloma triste muy de mañana le va a cantar a la casita sola con sus puertitas de par en par. Cuentan que esta paloma no es otra cosa más que su alma, que todavía la espera a que regrese la desdichada. Cucurrucucú, paloma, cucurrucucú. Las piedras jamás, paloma, ¿qué van a saber de amores? Cucurrucucú, cucurrucucú, cucurrucucú. Paloma, ya no le llores.
Well, folks, we had a great show tonight. I think we created lots of fireworks of our own. Excellent musical guest in Frank and Helene from The Two of Us. And then we also had Orlando Antonio Jimenez, our mariachi singer, doing a great job here in the studio. You know, folks, summer is just flying away, and I hope you're taking some time to enjoy your families and get outside with this beautiful weather here in Las Cruces. But remember to be safe. This is Sam Stichter saying, make this week your best week. We'll see you soon.